I want to meet the king. And they realized the guy was a really rough-looking guy, tough guy, so they didn't want to bring him in. They said, if you don't let me in, I will enter anyway and I'll kill the king. So you have to let me in. So they went to the king and they said, what do we do? The king said, let him in. So he came in. So the king said, how may I serve you? And he said, give me some service. Because if I don't have service, I will kill you. So the king called his minister, and the minister said to him, don't worry, I'll give him service so that he won't bother you. So he gave him a bucket and a broom, and he said, go and sweep every street in this kingdom. It was a very big kingdom, by the way, huge kingdom. It's like the whole planet. In 5 minutes, he was back again. And I said, how is this possible? I'm sure the streets are not clean. So they went and checked the streets. All streets were spotlessly clean. So now the minister realized, I've got a problem on my hands here. And this guy is just an amazing demon. So then he told him, okay. So he gave him a bucket of water and a spoon. And he said, I want you to water every blade of grass and every leaf in this kingdom. In half an hour, the guy was back again. He'd watered every blade of grass, every leaf in the kingdom. So now they thought, wow, we're in real trouble here. He's going to kill the king. So what to do? So they thought, the king said, let's speak to my spiritual master. So they brought the spiritual master in. And the spiritual master, what do we do? This is a really tough situation. He said, no, I can take care of it. Don't worry. Tell him, come to me. I said, yeah, okay. So he came with the spiritual master. The spiritual master set him in front of Radha Kalachandji and gave him a set of beads and said, chant Hare Krishna until Radha Kalachandji get off the altar and personally come and embrace you. So then he was engaged. Now the king had no problems. But even if he is able to get Radha Kalachandji to get off the altar and can embrace him, what's going to happen? He's not going to kill the king after that, right? He's going to see the king as a devotee, and he's going to love the king. So this answer is given that this is the mind. This is our mind. This is how powerful our mind is. It can kill us. Meaning, kill our opportunity to become Krishna conscious. Mind can be a friend or an enemy. So these outer coverings need to be engaged as well. And the best way to engage them is chanting Hare Krishna. Tell the mind, you also chant Hare Krishna. Intelligence, you also chant. False ego, come on, let's do this. False ego thinks, I am the greatest, right? So why don't you become the greatest devotee? Tell the false ego, let's become the greatest devotee. Let's become the most humble devotee, like it says here, right? The most strict devotee, this, that, and the other. Let the false ego be engaged doing that, right? No issues. Now we're fine. Does that make sense? Yeah? Nice. Thank you. Might have to tap it and just tap. It's not on? Yeah.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, thank you so much. I was just wondering, like this is going on in my mind as we engage in different services. There's so much, I'm talking for myself,
Sure.
mode of passion, like am I being observed? Is the prasadam that I'm cooking, people are appreciating? It's so much external than internal. And like that, one day the death will come and I will remain in the external consciousness. So how, like apart from praying, how practically can I work through it so that my internal and external become one?
Yeah. The idea is that if you can be thinking of the pastimes of Krishna instead of thinking about what your mind is saying to you, let's switch off that conversation with the mind, right? The problem is that our mind is always chattering away, Mind is like a non-stop talker, you know what I mean? Just can't stop chattering. The chatterbox, like they say, right? So we got to tell the chatterbox, time out, You've been chattering for how many billions of lifetimes? I mean, you non-stop chatter for a billion lifetimes. Take a rest. Take a little. You also need a good throat. You need to have a nice throat. You need to calm your voice down. Have some nice lozenges so that your throat can be fine again. So just time out the mind. You see what I'm saying? And say to yourself, now I'm going to think about the pastimes of Krishna. I'm going to think about the different types of katha that you have heard about, that that you can start entering into, right, as you are doing your service, you'll find that the mind will calm down. The mind also wants to think. See, the mind is seeking meaning. If you don't give it meaning, it's going to cause you misery. So what meaning can we give the mind? So the best meaning we can give the mind is Krishna Katha. That's the best meaning. Or just chant holy name in your mind all the time, right? While you're doing your service. Because sometimes when you're making food especially, I notice sometimes devotees sing or say things while they're cooking food. It's not a good idea because your spit is going into the food, right? So you have to be careful not to do that. Some places what they do is they put a mask on their mouth, you know. Even that is not perfect, but it's better. But the best thing to do is to seal the mouth and to think about the pastimes or chant Hare Krishna in the mind. Or do something, but engage the mind in a way that is not talking to you. If it starts talking to you, the mind loves negatives. You know, they call it ants, automatic negative thoughts, A-N-T. Mind loves ants. You know? So just arrest the ants, you know what I mean? You got to arrest the ants and say, okay, let's think Katha. Anytime you catch yourself, anytime in a negative situation, arrest it right there and say to the mind, okay, time out, enough. Now can we think about Krishna's pastimes? As you think about Krishna's pastimes, in the early stages I used to think if I did that, then I won't be practical, you know? Because I get so lost in the pastime, I won't do what I'm supposed to do properly. But I found it was just the opposite. In fact, what I turned out doing was a lot better. Thinking about Krishna's, even though what I was doing had nothing to do with Krishna's pastime. You know? Like just brushing my teeth, right? That's nothing to do with Krishna's pastimes. You're cleaning dirty teeth. How is that? But if I'm thinking about Krishna as I'm brushing, the teeth come out better as well. My number of visits to the dentist go down. That's pretty good, right? That's a low-cost alternative to anything in life. You know, reduce the cost of living. Just do Krishna Katha in your mind, and you'll suddenly find your cost of living just goes down. Now it can fit your budget, you know. Thank you. That's a very good question. Anybody else?
To that point, there was a general, a great general that went to the Native Americans, the chief of the Native Americans, and he asked, "Why do you think that why do your people think that the white man's crazy?" And he said, the chief's answer was, "Well, the white man's crazy because he says he has thoughts in the head when thoughts come from the heart."
Yeah, we're all crazy. Prabhupada describes every one of us as crazy. We think we're the body, that means we're mad. We're crazy. Okay, thank you all very much. Vanchakalpa, Trubhischa, Kripasindhu Bevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhya, Vaishnavebhya, Namo Namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnava Brinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki jai. Srila Chandramoli Maharaj ki jai. Shri Radha Kalachanji ki jai. Gaur Bhakta Brinda ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. So, I was a little nervous here because this is the first time I've been asked to give a festival talk. But now I feel very, very comfortable seeing that, Jai Grunga, my mom, and you Mataji. I'm very like, okay, no problem. I got this. But we'll do our best. Of course, there's people online and stuff like that. Hanuman Prashak Swami says that whenever we talk or whenever we give class, it doesn't matter if there's even no one there. You always speak in a way that you're trying to please the spiritual master, right? We should always speak in the way of trying to please the spiritual masters. Namo. We'll go to Jairada Madhava? There we go. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Gopi Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodananda Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Bhakti Vinoda Thakur, Jaya Bhakti Vinoda Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Bhakti Vinoda Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Bhakti Vinoda Vaishnava Thakur. Srila Bhakti Vinoda Thakur, appearance stage. Ki Jai. Prabhupada Ki Jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna. Welcome everybody to the Bhakti Vinoda Thakur's Appearance Day festival. So we've prepared some notes here on Bhakti Vinoda Thakur, like for instance, like the about his appearance, what he's done for our movement. Great amount. A little bit about his childhood. There's even a little bit about from his own autobiography. That's some pretty cool little inserts in there. And then even some comments from his son, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. So when Srila Bhakti Vinoda Thakur appeared, it was really interesting because it was actually a very dark time in the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, in our history. See, after the 6 Goswamis left, and Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatana Goswami, and Haridas Thakur, who were also celebrating today, after they all left, over some time, that a bunch of different sects started to come into play over Gaudiya Vaishnava, and they weren't following, Lord Chaitanya's movement. They weren't following his teachings, and so what happened was, actually, Lord Chaitanya's movement started to be looked at by most people as a lower class movement. Like it was only done by lower class people, which I thought was really interesting, right? Because when Lord Chaitanya was here, he was preaching the Sankirtan movement, and he defeated so many scholars and so many people about how this is actually the highest truth, is the Sankirtan movement. And he defeated so many scholars and such, and came to establish that this was the highest truth. But after 350 years, that's between Lord Chaitanya's leaving, or his associates leaving, and Srila Bhakti Vinoda Thakur's appearance, the teachings had fallen away, or this appreciation of the Harinam Sankirtan movement. And so Sri Chaitanya Prabhu, he sent Srila Bhakti Vinoda Thakur. He sent him down here to reestablish the greatness of the Harinam Sankirtan movement. And while Srila Bhakti Vinoda Thakur was here, he wrote over 100 books in different languages. quite amazing, right? That 100 books. Wow. And so these books he wrote in different language because he was thinking like that about how to spread this Harinam Sankirtan movement all across the world. And his books that he did write were what Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he established his books on the writings of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's books. So these books that Bhakti Siddhanta took and wrote and then came all across the world along with Srila Prabhupada's, they're all based on Bhaktivinoda Thakur's books, his 100 books. I thought I'd talk a little bit. Oh, actually, before I go there, here's a commentary by Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur in his book Jiva Dharma about his father, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is an extremely dear associate to Sri Chaitanya Chandra. In the course of time, when those who preached the desires of Chaitanya Dev had left this world to enter the Lord's eternal pastimes, the sky over Bengal slowly darkened, covered by the thick clouds of sensual enjoyment and false renunciation. The sky was covered and the world was bereft of the rays of light coming from the Sankirtan propagated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One by one, the sun, the moon, and the unlimited stars of the sky had faded from view, leaving only the occasional flash of lightning to disrupt the unending darkness of ignorance. Almost 350 years after the appearance of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur came to illuminate the Gaudiya sky. Wow. This was Bhakti Siddhanta writing about his father, about the position they were. Pretty amazing, huh? We owe so much to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur for reestablishing this wonderful movement we have, because it wasn't looking good for a little while. Nityananda Prabhu was mentioning this morning that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is a Mandri, right? And so I was reading more about this, and just a little something here. And it's known that his eternal position is Kamala Mandri, which is Sri Rupa Mandri's head Saki, right? Her head Saki. And Sri Rupa Mandri is the servant of Lalita. She's the head of Lalita's entourage. So pretty amazing that we're, in our disciplic succession, we have so many wonderful souls, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur came down to help us. And in his childhood, he did so many amazing things. He was, Srila Prabhupada says that the devotee is good at everything and expert at one thing, but the pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada didn't say this, but we can understand that the pure devotee is expert in everything, right? And so, what age do you think that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote his first poem? You don't know the answer. Throw out a guess. 8 years old. Anybody else? 12? 2 years old. 2 years old, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote his first poem. Isn't that really amazing? Huh? Yeah, it's a good question, huh? I mean, I don't even know how much I was talking at the age of 2, let alone thinking poems, So even if it was Dr. Seuss, which I'm guessing it wasn't, you know what I mean? Of course not. It was obviously magnificent. But at 2 years old to write a poem, amazing. At only 6, he learned all the details of the major epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana. He'd already memorized them. At 10, he was, at 9, he started to do research on astrological texts. So he started to really dive into intellectual studies. But it's common that, of course, even in his intellectual studies, he was always seeing Krishna as the common factor. And then at the age of 10, he started to really dive into spiritual truth at every moment. He really took his life in at the age of 10 to be a preacher of Lord Sri Krishna, of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Around this time, at the age of 10, when he started to be inclined to spiritual teachings, he started to really testing out speaking to others. He wanted to know the minds of other people, and he would inquire about their knowledge and understanding. And everybody that met Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur loved him. His words were always sweet. And even if he disagreed with them, they were always joyful. And at the age of 10, how can you imagine that you're talking to a 10-year-old and they're telling you about how you're wrong, but they're saying it in such a sweet way that you can't help but be like, oh, that's nice. Okay, I'm wrong. This is Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur at just the age of 10. Here's an excerpt from his autobiography. This is I really enjoyed this, so I'd like to share it with you guys. He's talking to a devotee who's making deities, and this devotee's making a deity of Durga. He says, nearby, there was also an astrologer's house where I would listen to singing performances. One old carpenter was engaged to paint backdrops for the image during the Durga Puja. I sat near him while he worked and asked him many questions, which he always answered. I asked, when does the Spirit of God enter into the image? The carpenter answered, when I paint its eyes, the God will come to take up residence in the image. The day that he was actually going to paint the deity's eyes, I eagerly came, but I never saw God actually appear. To the carpenter, he said, there is no God anywhere in the statue, is there? The old carpenter then said, when the Brahmins concentrate the deity, then the God incarnates and enters the form. When the Brahmins concentrate the deity, then the God incarnates and enters the form. I observed this concentration ceremony carefully, but I was never able to see the divine manifestation. I thought that the carpenter was a fairly wise fellow, and so I went to his house and asked him to explain again. He then said to me, I have no faith in the worship of idols. My belief is that the Brahmanas simply use this as a means of deception for taking money from gullible people. The carpenter's words brought me great pleasure, and I asked him to tell me something about the Supreme Lord. He said, say what you will. I believe in nothing other than the one Supreme Lord, Parameshvar. The gods and the goddess are all imaginary. I worship the one God every day. These words of the old man gave me faith. So he was seeing this carpenter making a deity of Durga, and he's like, well, when does Durga enter the deity? And he said, well, when I paint his eyes. He said, well, I saw that and I didn't see anything. He says, oh, the carpenter, well, when the Brahmins ask, Durga to come into the deity, that's when it happens. And so he saw that ceremony too, and he said same thing. He said, I didn't see anything enter there. He puts in the letter, he says God with a small g. He says, I didn't see God enter the deity. And so then he explains that as you heard his other comments to the carpenter, he says carpenter here, but I'm guessing that meant in that day also a deity, a person who made deities, right? It's pretty obvious, right? Yes. He was really appreciating this person, that he really saw him as somebody who had spiritual knowledge. So he's really confused with the first two things he was saying. But it seems to me like, by the way, I'm speculating a little bit. The carpenter was trying to be humble in a way. and he didn't want to smash his faith in a sense. So he was saying, oh, when I paint the dog, here, little boy, when the eyes get painted, oh, you're right, I can't do it. The Brahmins will do it. Oh, well, you're right. Okay, now I'm going to tell you, like, it's all imaginary, and they're cheaters, So that was at 10 years old. So at 11, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's father died, and his mother arranged his marriage at the age of 12. So he was married at the age of 12, and his wife was, guess how old? 5 years old. 5 years old. Yeah. Check out his comment on this. It's really interesting. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has this to say about his marriage. It was just like a doll's play marriage, because I would not be able to stay alone at my in-laws' house. My parents sent my nanny to accompany me. It was like it was a sweet, innocently play marriage, to him at 12 years old. Really interesting. So a little bit about his education. So at 6, he studied Sanskrit, and at 7, he went to college. This is common in these days. Maybe not 7, but was 7 years old common for people to go to college? Wow, amazing, huh? Now I know I went to Boise State, or lived in Boise, Idaho, and so I got to be around Radhakaraman Prabhu and Gopal Hari, and who are 2 devotees in our movement that got their PhDs at like 22. They were like geniuses, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, But back in these days, you went to college at 7 years old. It was just expected, And at 8, he went to at 8 years old, he goes to an English school. So you could see that this is, he was writing so many different books on languages and stuff, different languages. So he went to an English school, but then he went to, and at that school, he actually went to school when one of his classmates was a king. Pretty interesting, huh? You imagine you're going to school and there's like, oh, here's this king, and the king was around the same age also. So this is Vedic culture, right? How we train our kids young so that they know, like Nityananda Prabhu was saying this morning about chapter 3 of Bhagavad Gita. We really want to encourage people to understand their nature very quickly, so that they don't get confused about their duty. They don't get confused about things that aren't their natural tendency on how to serve Krishna. So in Vedic knowledge, we understand that we start that right away, right? He was very much liked by his teachers. One incident, his teacher said, since none of us have ever seen God, so this is another antidote of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's life. It says that one of his teachers said, since none of us have ever seen God, it is best that we not talk about him. Though he was a student, Bhaktivinoda Thakur couldn't help himself and asked the teacher, why then did you write in your children's book, Bodhidaya, that God is formless and pure consciousness? If you haven't seen God, then why have you written about this about him? God is omnipotent. Do you think that if he can do anything, that he has the power to maintain a form? So let me repeat that. God is omnipotent. Do you think that if he can do anything, that he has the power to maintain a form? The Supreme Lord is my eternal master, and I am his eternal servant. The natural affection that we have for the Supreme Lord is called bhakti, Brahma Vidya, or Para Vidya. In the Veda, this is real knowledge, the resolution of which means that there is no shortage of any knowledge. So this is what we were talking about earlier, about how he was known for speaking his mind, but everything that he told was very pleasing to everyone. So interesting enough, this teacher that he said to this to was very happy. And later in his life, this teacher recommends Srila Bhaktivinoda for his first real job. he gives him a job teaching, and he's the recommending him for this teaching job. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur was not just very adverse in Vedic knowledge. He also studied Brahma Dharma, Christianity, the Bible, and the Quran, and many other religions. He said he considered, this is very interesting, he considered Christianity superior to Brahmin religion because of its acceptance of God's eternal personality. Wow, right? If we're stuck in the Brahmin effulgence, the Christians know how to pull us out. Right? His grandfather, so Srila Bhakti Divinoda Thakur was traveling, and he went and saw his grandfather. And his grandfather said to the family, he said, this boy will be a very amazing Vaishnav and will preach Krishna consciousness so many ways. And immediately what happened to his grandfather? He left his body. So his grandfather praises Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and immediately falls and leaves his body. I was meditating on this, like, what does that mean? Why? And again, I'm speculating. But you could, as Vaishnavas, we desire an auspicious death, right? We want to die in a grand way, right? Give us tulsi in our mouth and japa beads around our neck and devotees singing next to our bed. Wow, let me leave my body like that. But could you imagine leaving your body in front of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur? What amazing death, right? We can only dream to have such an auspicious death. So when Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur becomes older, he becomes the temple president, or they call it the management, the head manager of Jagannath Puri, right? And guess how many years he was the temple president at Jagannath Puri? Yes. How many years do you think? Jagannath Puri. 7? What's your guess? 10? 25, right? 5 years. So I thought this was a joke because, it shows how long a person should only stay as a temple president. I'm kidding. 5 years. Woo! Let's move on to our next service, So we can all appreciate Nityananda Prabhu for 25 years of temple president here at the Shri Shri Radha Kalasanji Dham. And I'm joking, obviously, to a certain degree, Temple president's a very tough job. And so we can only pray that for our dear Nrsingarupa Prabhu, that he also has 25 years of leading us. This is one of my favorite stories. It's not even in my favorite story. There's this show that Bhakti Cheru Swami did called Boy Charan. Have you seen this TV series? It's a series about Srila Prabhupada. But it goes back far enough that it talks about Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta. And there's this part where Bhaktivinoda Thakur meets this mystic yogi. And so there was this mystic yogi, his name was Bishi Kishana. And he was very, very powerful yogi. And matter of fact, he could cure incurable diseases for people. And so people would come and he would cure these diseases. And he would claim that he was Mahavishnu. And he lived in a jungle, in a cave, and so people would come and see him and he'd cure these diseases. And so he got quite the reputation, right? And one of his promises he made was that he would reveal his four-handed form. And when he does that all the foreigners would be destroyed, and he would restore true religion. So people were pretty interested in him, And so when he got to the point where he announced that he would do Rasa Leela, and he was inviting the nearby villages for the young girls to come and participate with him, the villages started to have enough. You know, when he was curing the diseases, okay, wait a minute. Where are you going now? Like, you know, so what happened is the villagers, you know, they started to complain to the government. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur was commissioned to investigate. And so when he went to investigate, he talked to the yogi, and he said, yes, I'm Mahavishnu, and this deity of Jagannath is just a wooden statue, and I'm the real God. You imagine how offensive this is, you know? And so Bhaktivinoda Thakur decided that he would go and get, he would go to the nearby villages and get some proof, some evidence of this yogi and the things that he did. And so he amassed like quite a bit. And so there was a trial of this mystic. And during the trial, Bhaktivinoda Thakur and his whole family got very sick. It was understood that this was the yogi who did it. But Bhaktisiddhanta, or Bhaktivinoda Thakur, didn't flinch at all. He was completely focused on his duty. And so the yogi was arrested, and he went to jail, and he ended up fasting for 21 days without food and water, and he left his body. And it's kind of interesting. It wasn't clear if the yogi decided to fast or if there was some kind of situation where it's like, I don't know if they were starving him on purpose. I don't think that, but some way that, you know, it was basically like he'd been so defeated that it was time to leave, you know? Pretty amazing. What's that? Yeah, and all his mystic powers went away, right? His hair and his beard, right? So Bhaktivinoda Thakur prayed to Krishna Mahaprabhu, to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for his son. He wanted somebody who could take his teachings and spread them all over the world. And when Bhaktisiddhanta was born, he was wearing his umbilical cord around him, like like his Brahmin thread, right? And so Bhaktisiddhanta took Bhaktivinoda Thakur's message, spread it all over the world through his devotee, through his disciple, Srila Prabhupada. And we're very fortunate that we come in this line. There's one more thing, and I'll open it up to questions. There's one thing, a story that really touches my heart, in that, you know, there's some things that we hear that maybe don't seem so extravagant, but they're things that come up in your life over and over again, and you remember it. One thing that I heard very early in my devotional life was a story about how Bhaktivinoda Thakur was a judge, you know. And so what happened was, when there was a trial, just a few minutes into the trial, he would write something down and he'd put it off to the side. And so his deputy one day asked him about it. He said, you know, hey, what are you writing down? He said, well, I'm writing down the judgment, you know. And he said, well, you write the judgment down in like a few minutes, but, you know, we can go days and do a trial, and you already know what's going on. Like, why do you do that? He said, because they need the process. They need to go through the process so that they'll accept my judgment, you know? And so this comes up to me quite often because it's a simple thing in his life as a judge, but yet it's so powerful in Krishna consciousness that we need to go through the process, that the spiritual master is directing us, giving us, you know, direction and helping us, but also at the same time letting us go through mistakes, because the mistakes are simply lessons that we need to learn, you know? So Bhaktisiddhanta could see that in court even, you know, his courtroom, that, oh, I know what's going on here. I know exactly what's going on, but I need them to go through it so that they can have the experience, so they can have the vigyan, the realized knowledge, you know? So this is something that comes up to me every once in a while about how, you know, we need even the spiritual masters helping us to go through things so that we can get that realization, even if they know the the answer, or in these ways. So I'll open it up there. We got about 5 or 10 minutes, and the offering will come out. Does anybody else have any thing they'd like to say? Any questions or comments, or actually about stories or things that they would like to say about Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur? We need a mic. I'm sorry I didn't get it out. Jai Guranga Prabhu has something to add. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you.
I was curious, this came up on Radhastami, like, with Radharani is absorbed in her service to Krishna and the internal pleasure potency of devotional service. When I was praying to her, I was like, does she hear our prayers?
Mm.
And then I was thinking in the same with Bhaktivinoda Thakur, like now I'm speculating, he's absorbed in his service to Radha and Krishna in his Swarup, let's say, or preaching somewhere, I don't know. But does he hear our prayers? What's your insight on that?
I think I would like to give this to Nityananda Prabhu and Prabhupada Priya, but for the sake of saying something, because I'm here on this Vyasasana, I'll just make a couple comments, and then I'd really like to hear the truth. Srila Prabhupada says, I will never die. A Vaishnav always liveth in sound. I will always be in my books. So we can take this statement by Srila Prabhupada and understand that the devotee is beyond our perceptions, our understanding it with these limited senses. And so I'd like to hear more, but I feel like it's very clear that when we pray to the Vaishnav, that they reciprocate and they hear our prayers. I don't know how it works. I don't know what it looks like, but I'm very confident that, yeah. So, Papa Priya or Nityananda Prabhu, Papa Priya Prabhu, would you make a comment, please? Or do you, yes.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, I remember asking this question in relation to Srila Prabhupada. Like, does Srila Prabhupada hear all of our prayers, and does he respond to them? And then the answer that I got was that how it works is that it's not that Srila Prabhupada directly hears our prayers, because if that was the case, then it would be a little overwhelming if you think of all the devotees in ISKCON praying, especially like on Vyasa Puja Day, all praying at the same time. Be like, whoa, that's a lot. Of course, Srila Prabhupada is a transcendental personality, but it's still a lot. So, to respond to. Because Srila Prabhupada is a Nitya Siddha, but he's still, like a jiva. He's not Krishna. He's not unlimitedly powerful and omniscient. So, but Krishna is. So the way it works is that Krishna hears all of our prayers, and he can hear unlimited prayers, even if they're all simultaneous. And then he accepts, Krishna's pleased that we're praying to his pure devotee. And after all, the pure devotee is the representative of Krishna. So if Krishna so desires and wants Prabhupada to know that some particular person is praying to him, then he can make that known to Srila Prabhupada. Otherwise, Krishna just responds. I mean, in any case, in one sense, it's Krishna who is, bestowing the blessings or the benediction or the mercy. It ultimately comes from him. It may come through Srila Prabhupada, may come through another devotee, may come from Krishna directly. That's the way that I've heard it explained.
Can you help me understand? Because we hear so many times that the way to Krishna is through the Guru, and we're almost switching it right here. The way to Guru is through Krishna.
It's both. I mean, right? Guru Krishna Prasade Pai Bhakti Lata Beach. That by the mercy of Krishna we get a guru. By the mercy of guru we get Krishna. The two are like so closely connected that it's practically inseparable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Will you add Nityananda Prabhu, please? Ajit, will you grab the thing and take it to Nityananda Prabhu, please? That's why you're in the middle. You're Ajit.
One time, the British, they had so many countries that they ran that the Queen of England had her representatives in different countries, and there was the governor. The governor was the representative of the Queen, and the governor was considered the Queen in that country like that. So in our case, our philosophy is that the spiritual master represents Krishna. He's Krishna's direct representative. And so there is a direct line between the spiritual master and Krishna. And the spiritual master never does anything that is not pleasing to Krishna. So he or she, whoever the spiritual master is only doing those things that pleases Krishna. And in our scriptures, it clearly says that one should have unflinching faith in the spiritual master like that. So all of these personalities, and just we read this morning, right, how Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that the greatest days in our lives are Ekadasi, Janmashtami, Radhastami. And then he talks about the appearance and disappearance days of great personalities like the great Vaishnavas, like that. All of these are the arrangements of Krishna. Ultimately, everything is done by Krishna. There's no two ways about that. All of these arrangements of Krishna. But these personalities who are eternally liberated personalities, they do not act in the same way as we act. They do not have the limitations we have. And at the same time, they don't behave like they're God or something. It's not like Prabhupada Pirpu was saying that, they're not God. But at the same time, they have a lot of capacity, amazing amount of capacity. And particularly, that capacity in the parampara is very clear. It's very clear that the Guru parampara is that your spiritual master is a spiritual master, is a spiritual master, like that, all the way like that. And there are these personalities like Bhaktivinoda Thakur and the Goswamis who are part of the parampara by that process. And so everything that, we're doing, we're supposed to be doing under their auspices. And so when we make the prayers, the question is, what is the prayer? If the prayer is something that is actually within the purview of what we should be doing, that prayer is directly received by that person, because that is the person who actually created the arrangement for that prayer to be made. It's a little like I build a house, and if somebody I want somebody to live in the house, I built the house. There's no question that the person who's living in the house is living there without my permission. You get the idea? So in that sense, the question is the prayer within the purview, outside the purview? If the prayer is outside the purview, then Krishna is definitely listening to that prayer. The other person also doesn't want that to happen, because they're feeling this is not what I left behind as the instruction or the order. This was not the instruction or the order. And so but what Krishna does is, Krishna is very kind. He will make the adjustment, whatever adjustment needs to be made, so that that person can make progress. And the best ways to make the adjustment is for that person to meet somebody who is in the flesh, that person can actually tell you what to do, or you learn by the school of hard knocks. Because there are two ways anybody learns. Is either they learn by hearing from an authorized source, or they learn by the school of hard knocks. So all prayers are heard at all times. Even if if you think something, right, that thought is recorded in time. It's not like it's a lost thought. That is why we're told not to think things that we shouldn't be thinking. Be careful what you think. Fortunately, in Kali Yuga, we're given a dispensation that if you think something wrong, you'll not get the reaction. But in the other yugas, you think something, you get the reaction. Just by thinking, you get the reaction. So that means that thought must be recorded somewhere, right, for reaction. How does reaction happen if it wasn't recorded in some way, or known in some way, or in a way that something will happen, right, as a result of your thought? Just like as a result of an action, there is a reaction. Thought having a reaction, not in Kali Yuga, but in other yugas, yes. So that means the whole system that's arranged by Krishna is so amazing. He says, Akshena Prakriti Suyate Sacharam Charam. Every minute detail of everything that happens is happening under the superintendence of Krishna, right? So in that sense, if on the day of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, any other day, if you pray to Bhaktivinoda Thakur, it's a question of what are you doing? Are you praying because you want to make spiritual advancement, which is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur wants? Yes, that prayer will be heard by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Not only heard, he will be blessing you for making that prayer, because he wants you to make that prayer. He wants you to make advancement like that. But it's not for, like we were saying this morning, for our pleasure, not for our pleasure. That's not a prayer. A prayer for your own pleasure is not a prayer. It's actually a request. It's actually begging, You're begging. That's something from somebody who has something more than you have. But a prayer is where you say something it's vandana. It's one of the 9 processes of bhakti. Vandana is a very powerful process. So a prayer is vandana. It's not a begging, that please give me some nice money so that I can, whatever you want to do with that money. That's begging. That's not a prayer. A prayer it's like vandanam, where you're actually glorifying the person that you are speaking to, and you're requesting, how may I serve you? And you may be requesting to serve you according to your nature. That is a prayer. So yes, that's definitely heard by the person. No two ways about it.
We're like little children tugging at our parents' dhotis. And if what we're asking for is nice, then the parents look and go, oh, okay, I can do that. And if we're tugging on their dhoti and we're asking something for nonsense, they just ignore us. Like sometimes we have to ignore children, right? Like, you don't need that. You don't need that. Very nice. What we heard today about the Bhaktivinoda Thakur's amazing childhood, about how he spoke with such straightness to people through Krishna consciousness. But everybody that he spoke to just enjoyed whatever he said. Was always seen as sweet and knowledgeable. That he was so important to our disciplic succession, writing over 100 books, praying for Bhakti Siddhanta to come and take over these books that he read and spread them throughout the world. And that this was at a time when it was very dark in our Gaudiya Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, or time in our Gaudiya Vaishnava lineage. And he came down and he straightened us back up. And so we owe him so much, because this started Srila Prabhupada coming here and establish these temples. So if you can say, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Chandramali Maharaj ki jai. Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya ki jai.
Jai. Nanda Braja Prabhu ki jai. Thank you all so much for being here. So now they're just getting set up to do the offering to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So for the next 20 minutes or so, we'll do some kirtan. And if anybody has a favorite bhajan of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, we could sing it during this time, or we could just chant Hare Krishna as well. So we'll do kirtan for about 20 minutes, and then at 12:15 we will have Pushpanjali, and after Pushpanjali we'll have Guru Puja, followed by a sumptuous Prasadam feast. So thank you all so much for being here. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Krishna. So we'll be singing Mama Mana Mandire. So you can pull it up on your phone if you don't have it. Mama Mana Mandire. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Hare. So this is a song by written by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. We know he is one of the prominent acharya in line of the Gaudiya Madhav, Brahma Madhav Gaudiya Sampradaya. And he has brought this transcendental love of God and distributed in the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we are so indebted to all these acharyas. Mama mana mandire rahani shridin Krishna Murari, Sri Krishna Murari. Sri Krishna Murari. Bhakti Priti Mala Chandan, Bhakti Priti Mala Chandan, Tumi Nihaheniyo Chitanandan, Tumi Nihaheniyo Chitanandan. জীবন মরণ তব পূজ নিবেদন, জীবন মরণ জীবন মরণ তব পূজ নিবেদন। সুন্দর হে মনহারি, সুন্দর হে মনহারি। এসো নন্দ কুমার, নন্দ কুমার, এসো নন্দ, এসো নন্দ কুমার, নন্দ কুমার। হবে প্রেম প্রদীপে আরতি তোমার, প্রেম প্রদীপে হবে প্রেম প্রদীপে আরতি তোমার, প্রেম নয়ন যমুনা ঝরে অনিবার, নয়ন যমুনা ঝরে অনিবার, তোমার বিরহে গিরিধারী, তোমার বিরহে গিরিধারী, তোমার বিরহে গিরিধারী, বন্ধন গনে তব বাজুক জীবন, বন্ধন গনে তব, বন্ধনে গনে তব বাজুক জীবন, কৃষ্ণ মুরারি, কৃষ্ণ মুরারি, কৃষ্ণ মুরারি, শ্রীকৃষ্ণ মুরারি, কৃষ্ণ মুরারি, কৃষ্ণ মুরারি, শ্রীকৃষ্ণ মুরারি, মম মন মন্দিরে রহনিসি দিন, কৃষ্ণ মুরারি, শ্রীকৃষ্ণ মুরারি, মম Shri Krishna Murari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Everybody, Hari Bol. Louder. Naam Sankirtan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, loudly. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Continue. You want to continue? You want to continue? Hare Krishna. Hariharaya Nama, Krishna Jadavaya Nama, Haraya Nama, Krishna Jadavaya Nama, Hariharaya Nama, Krishna Jadavaya Nama, Jadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha, Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan, Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan, Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita, Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita, Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Sri Chaitanya Shri Rup Shri Sanatana Bhakta Raghuna, Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Das Raghuna, Shri Rup Shri Sanatana Bhakta Raghuna, He Chai Gosai Kori Charana Bandhan, Jaha Hoite Bigna Nasha Abhista Puran. He Chai Jaha He Chai Gosai Jar Moi Tar Das, তার রেণু মোর পঞ্চগ্রাস তার স্বভাব তাদের চরণ সেবী ভক্ত সঙ্গে পায় জনমে জনমে হয় এই অভিলাষ এ ছাই গোসাই যাবে ব্রজ কৈলবাস রাধা কৃষ্ণ নিত্য লীলা করিল প্রকাশ আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন আনন্দ মনের আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন শ্রী গুরু বৈষ্ণব পদে মজাইয়া মন শ্রী গুরু বৈষ্ণব পদে পদ্ম করিয়া নাম সংকীর্তন কহে নরোত্তম দাস হরিহরায় নম কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমঃ যাদবায় মাধবায় কেশবায় নমঃ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada Jaya Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod Nitai Gaur Shitanath Premanande Nitai Gaur Shitanath Premanande Nitai Gaur Shitanath Premanande Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So now we'll have Pushpanjali of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, followed by Guru Puja and the Prasadam feast. So we could ask everybody to please stand and come up, and we'll gather here around Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's picture. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
If you can have the men stand on this side here, the ladies can come in closer, please, so that you can offer the flower petals to Thakur. Yeah, we'll be offering the flower petals 9 times, so please make sure you don't offer all the petals at once. Please come in closer. Please repeat after me. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guroho Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pesthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pesthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shivarshabhanavi Devi Deitai Kripabdhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhurya Jvala Premadhya Shri Rupa Nuga Vaktida Shri Gaur Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murte Deenatarine Rupanuga Viruddhapa Siddhanta Dhvantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murte Vipralambara Sambhode Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Sarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gauravirbhava Bhumestvam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarva Bhomaha Shri Jagannathayate Namaha Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namni Gauratushe Namaha Panchatattvatvakam Krishna Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Pangar Mama Mandamatir Gati Matsarvaswapadam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyad Brindaranya Kalpadrumadaha Shrimad Ratnagara Singhasanasto Shrimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Prishthali Bihi Sevyamanu Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambhi Bamshibata Tatastitaha Karshan Venusmaner Gopir Gopinath Shriyestunaha Kanchana Gourangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we're going to do Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Pranam Mantra. After each mantra, we'll be offering the flower petals 3 times, saying Esha Pushpanjali as we offer the flower petals. Then we'll offer our obeisances and then repeat that process 3 times. Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali. Jai Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Jai. Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali. Jai Satchidananda Thakur Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Jai. Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanugavarayate Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Satchidananda Thakur Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur's Avirbhav Mahatithi Ki Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur's Vyasa Puja Mahatsava Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Astotar Sutta Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Jai Jai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo.
Samsaradava nalalida loka Ranaya karunya ganaganatvam Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita Vaditra Madhyan Manasurasena Romanchikam Pashu Taranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Vigrahara Dana Nityanana Shringartan Mandira Marjanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Shani Unjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Chaturvida Shri Bhagavat Prasado Swadvana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sanghan Kritvaiva Triptim Bhajata Sadeva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Radhika Madhavayora Para Madhurya Lila Guna Rupa Nam Nam Pratikshana Svadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Nikunjayuno Ratikeli Sidya Yayali Biyuktira Pikshaniya Tatrati Daksya Rati Valabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Sakshadharitvena Samastra Shastre Uktastata Bhavyata Eva Sabdi Kintu Prabhoya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadan Nagati Kutopi Yayam Stuvam Sasya Yasastri Sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Pashatyadishatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Sachidananda Thakur Bhakti Vinod, Sachidananda Thakur Bhakti Vinod. Jaya Sachidananda Thakur Bhakti Vinod, Sachidananda Thakur Bhakti Vinod. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Stutar Satashi Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Mayapur Navadvip Dham ki jai. Ganga Yamuna Mai ki jai. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki jai. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai. Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai. Transcendental Appearance Day of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Transcendental Disappearance Day of Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Glories to Srila Prabhupada. The prasadam is being served outside in the park.